Hello, hello. How's everybody doing? Hi, hello. My name is Charlie. Welcome to my channel if this is your first time, and if not, hi. We're going to do some stuff today. The question is going to be, what is that stuff going to be? Because I'm not going to go through the whole story, but I've had 3.5 days so far today, and I'm not happy with any of it. Before we get into that, I'm not alone. We have a Cat Leo and a Megan McCarthy.
Hello.
So, longest of stories short. I'm sorry the podcast came out late. Thought I uploaded it yesterday. Maybe I did and something went wrong. I don't know, but it wasn't there this morning. And so I uploaded it today and it's out. Yay. Though it did not want to upload correctly. That was a whole fight, and I didn't sign up for that today, but hey, it's done. Yay. Podcast is out. If you want to hear me ramble on more about, why kink and drag should be at Pride and what Pride actually is for Pride Month, I have feelings. They're expressed in 30 minutes of monologue for your listening enjoyment. So, yeah, there's that. I got that done. My phone is probably dead and not coming back. So, yay. Money needs to be spent on a thing. I guess this is where I jokingly say links to my coffee and Patreon down in the description box. So please don't do that. I will feel so guilty. But yeah, my phone is a nightmare hellscape. It just does not want to charge. It doesn't want to turn its antennas on. I think it lived its best life, and I think it's done.
How old is it again?
It's probably, I think, 6 years old, 5-6 years old.
I'm not surprised now.
Yeah. Money's been tight for a while, so we haven't gotten new phones, and we're just like, it's fine, it's all good. We're kind of like Homer with the pig roast that's going down the mountain. It's just a little wet. It's still good. It's just a little airborne. It's still good. No, I don't think it's still good anymore, but by the time the hubby gets home and it's time to have the talk about how I think I need a new phone, it'll be working fine until he goes to work tomorrow. So, because, that's how life is. But yeah, so if I seem a little frazzled, that's why. I did get 2 more chapters of the Urban Fantasy Blinded Angels uploaded to my Vela project. And I don't know if anybody saw this yesterday, but the print I got of the cover arrived yesterday.
Yay.
Which I absolutely love. That is Mother Soteria. Why are people talking on my computer? So my YouTube decided to just start randomly playing a video because I had YouTube open in the background, and it just decided to randomly start playing a video because it's that day, y'all. Anyway, there's this. It's pretty. I love it. If you like this and want it on things, it's actually in my Redbubble store. So this art print, as well as a t-shirt that I kind of need to get because I want it really, really badly. And a bunch of other stuff bearing that beautiful image is up over there because my Redbubble exists solely for me to make fan art of Mother Soteria for my own enjoyment. Sorry, but not sorry. But I got them. So I got those uploaded, which includes the first chapter with Jules the Bookworm and the Dark Fae Orla, which I forgot they appeared this early in the book, but they do. Chapter 3. Here for it. And I'm probably, if I can get the courage to use technology, I'm going to be editing chapter 4 during the stream. but I'm just a little suspect of all technology right now. How are y'all doing?
My package with the hay won't be here till tomorrow. I messaged my mom. So I think there might be a very small amount in the bag. So I'll give that to the girls, but I should have messaged. Well, when my mom ordered it, it said it should have been here today. So like I was like, I can stretch this till then. And then also I have like these balls that are made of hay that they can kind of eat. That like I'm like it's safe for them to eat it anyway. So they've at least got those in there as well, but it's not the same. So there's that. And I had work this morning. So I'm playing Sims.
I feel it so much. I have never wanted more to just goof off, but I have nothing that I want to goof off on because I don't know how to goof off. I need a master to teach me how goofing off works because workaholic me took over many, many years ago and goof off me has not come home yet. So
has vacated the premises.
Yeah. I am not good at this. I am just not. What are you going to be working on today, Megan?
I'm not sure because I finished everything on my to-do list. So now I can do whatever I want. And there's just so many options. And so I'm going to probably spend the first sprint deciding what I want to do.
So when I can't decide what I'm going to do, I take, and also you can just do this on Google because Google has like dice on there. Mm-hmm. So you just write the items that you might want to do on a thing, give them numbers, and then you roll a die.
Yeah, except I just can't commit to any one decision even.
And then if I don't feel like I can continue that item, I roll the die again.
Yeah, I have been rereading a book for the 6th time and actually understanding it this time. Not that the concepts are that hard, but words and sentences were not put in the proper order for easy understanding. Like, he brings up a concept and then, like, goes off about a bunch of other stuff for a little while. And then when he gets back to it, he doesn't revisit the, like, one sentence that he said before because, of course, you should have memorized it when he said it. And then he just expects you to know. And then it gets very confusing because I'm like, but you didn't explain what? And finally, this time reading it through, I caught that one sentence that happened way earlier in the chapter. And I went, you did explain this, just not where I needed to know it. Thank you. So I may work on that because I really want to get that book read. So that may be what I'm doing. It may be reading sprints. Who knows? It will be a party no matter what because that's just the mood that I'm in. Like, honestly... No, I'm not going to put Stream Beats on. I almost put on the Stream Beats synthwave thing because it's copyright clear. I know, I've used it on the stream before and surprisingly did not get copyright claimed. But no, we're not going to do that just yet. Though if we come back from a sprint and Stream Beats are playing, you know what happened. Like, I just needed music that wasn't going to stop, that could just be on the stream. Because that's what I do. Surprisingly, there's a cat pulling a double duty in the chat. And you will
listen. That's when I was sending you the messages.
Hello and happy writing to you all. You need this stream today. I need this stream today, if for nothing else but to adhere my sanity together with some sticky rays. But yeah, we're going to have some fun today. Megan is doing double duty in the chat. Hello, Tessa. How are you doing today? I hope all is well. Hello, Greg. How are you doing? Don't worry yet. I haven't got to it. Ooh, that's the one thing that I could do because I need to be reading Kat's thingy that Kat sent me so I can get to the thingy that you sent me.
That thingy.
I might do that. I don't know. I have choices. I think I'm going to have to pull
Now you're in the same situation as me.
Here we go. Every writer should have near them a pretty bucket of dice. This is one of my pretty buckets of dice. This is the ruby one. I also have one with a blue gem on top because Steven Universe fan and the hubby and I we're garnet. Get over it. But I've got my dice in here. So I may just be rolling dice to see what I actually work on because. Hello, CB. How are you doing today? How comes it with? Let's see. You're on Along Came a Spider 2, I believe. Project Spider 2. Hello, Laura. How are you doing? Hello, Carrie. Watching from work.
Nice.
Hello, Diana, and the cute doggy of Alexander with the face that I really need to see because it smiles. So my dog last night, we have no idea why, turned into a puppy all of a sudden, just out of nowhere. Like, she's always a little bit playful, but last night, I don't know why I got into her, but she just decided, I'm going to play. It is playtime. Like, Katie barred the door, we're playing now. And was running around the living room and playing with the cats and playing with the cats and playing, like running up to us and playing with us, grabbing her balls and throwing them to us so that we could throw them back. Like, she just had like super playtime. And then when she decided it was over, just curled up and went to sleep. She was like, I'm done now.
I am done.
I don't know where the hyper came from, but it was really good to see. It was really cute to see. And I'm kind of wondering if it's going to happen again tonight. Is this the new normal? We have her on the CBD like I am so that she can deal with her anxiety. And I'm like, did you stop being having puppy time because of your anxiety? If so, I'm sorry. That feels like it's my fault. But yeah, it was so funny. It was so cute. From Lisa, the vegetarian. Yes. That was I think about that episode a lot because, well, if you haven't heard me say it often, like, it's good. It's still good. It's still good. Like, I think that is such an important mentality to have as a creative person. It's just, it's still good. It's still good. It's fine. It's fine. It's still good because it does help you get through. CB went to war, and I do mean war, with the DVD player the other day. Yeah, your new copy, I can't remember the movie, wouldn't play. Was it region locked? I've had that happen to me before where they accidentally sent me a region 2 or region 3 disc.
Oh, no.
So always check, if you're having problems with the DVD, always check the back and see what the region code is on it. Because I believe the UK is region 2. Because region 1 is basically North America. And I believe region 2 is where you are.
It was Riverdance.
It was Riverdance. No, you think the disc was faulty. Okay. I'm just saying, always double check that because I have had them send me a region 2 disc before. And I'm just like, what do you think I can do with this?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm very happy. I love doing pictures of Mother Soteria and most of the people from this setting. Like, I've done a lot of pictures, but mainly her. I'm obsessed. And from at least one of the people who has read the draft of this book, they're obsessed too, and they're just like, you have to finish this book because I need to know more about her. I'm like, yes, right? Hello, Matilda. How are you doing today? I hope all is well. Went back to the beginning, and you're rereading the book because you weren't happy with the original. I feel that. I kind of feel like that's what I'm doing with Blinded Angels right now because, well, I love the story. My word choice, one, is quite random at times for it, and I don't know why that is. And there were obviously a few passages where I had two competing ideas in my head and decided to just interlace them. So, like, one sentence is obviously from one thought, one through thought, and then the next sentence is from a different one, and we just alternate. But when you sort them back out and put them in a different order, it makes sense. I don't know why I interlaced them that way, but apparently that's what I was doing at the time. It's magic. Why my brain do that? Hello, Allie. How are you doing today? If you don't watch Allie Deathridge's streams, they're awesome. They're on the same time as mine, except for on Tuesdays and Thursdays. And then I always feel like I get this wrong. It's 9 o'clock on Saturday morning? 8 o'clock on Saturday morning? 9. It's 9, right?
It's 9 Central, I believe.
Yeah. See, that's where I get lost is the time zone, is I can never remember when I've done the conversion to Eastern time or when I'm still in my own time zone, because I'm in Central. So everything feels like it's an hour off. And I never know if I'm saying the right things. Words are so hard. And time zones are the devil. I've always said this, and I mean it. You sent it back, and the DVD player was one that played all regions. Ah, you got it from Malaysia. Well, that's smart. You had it since 2009. That's cool. 70 and older can now get their second dose here. Progress!
Nice.
Yay for Canada. That, like, I want everybody to get vaccinated. And I keep thinking about that guy, that poor father on TikTok. I don't know if anybody saw that. He was literally in tears because he watches this idiot who convinced him that the vaccine is basically poison that's going to kill everybody by Christmas. And he really believed, like, he's desperately trying to pay his daughter not to get vaccinated because everybody else in the family has, and he doesn't want to be alone when the ticking time bomb and the vaccine goes off and kills his entire family. And he is just, it is so tragic. He has been sold this lie, hook, line, and sinker. And I just think to myself, how can we help these people? Like, how can we help these people? Because everybody needs to get vaccinated. We're probably going to need to get boosters, both for the ones that we already got, plus some of the variants that are coming up in India. But we can beat this. We have the technology to do it, and this doesn't have to turn into the Spanish flu. Which, if you don't understand the Spanish flu, look it up. It was terrible. It was horrible. It was. We don't want a repeat of that at all, ever. But it's really exciting to see countries getting people vaccinated. I want us to get there. I want it so bad. Time zones are the worst. They really, 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 really are. Especially because I don't have very many friends in the same time zones as me. So every time we talk about anything, there's always this horrible trepidatious math of, okay, so when they said that they were going to call at around 2 tomorrow, was that to their time or to my time? Did they already do the conversion or not? Because they're out on the Pacific coast, so that means that they'd be calling it around noon, unless they did the math and they're calling around 2. So I just need to keep that entire span of time open, because why text them back and just ask, is that in my time? What, that would make my life easier. Why would I do that? Why? Have you met me? If I can overcomplicate things, I'm going to do it. Alrighty. And just so everybody knows, if you want to, I am currently streaming over on the Twitch. If you want to go watch over there, I am planning on doing more Twitch stuff over there, probably starting next week, because I thought I had a mouse that worked with this computer, and I don't. Well, I do, but the buttons are really sticky. They don't work as well as they should, and sometimes you really have to push hard to get them to notice that you pushed a button. And so playing a game with them was not fun. So we're going to order a new mouse, unless I have to get a new phone, and then it's going to be a thing, y'all. So just follow me on Twitch. There will be other streams. I promise. Thank you. Hello, Heather. How are you doing today? Yep, and the Worldwide Write-a-thon starts in 40 minutes, if that is a thing or with what you are taking part in. And I do believe that HK Darkwood is streaming right now if you are part of the Stream Hoppers Guild. Awesome. I'm so close to affiliate over there. It freaks me out. And the fact that every time I open it up, it's just like, And I'm just like, yes, I know, but I'm bad at it. Just leave me alone. Leave me alone, Twitch. I don't need it.
I think this shirt has a glitch.
Uh-oh. As long as it's not as bad as the one shirt that I have that I love ever so much that for some reason my webcam can see through. That's a glitch that I did not ask for. I love it so much. And in normal light, you can't see through it. My phone camera can't see through it. This evil thing, like, I would do I don't know what it's doing, but it can see right through it. And I don't like it. Alrighty. So as you can see, I'm tired of just chasing a unicorn as a pretty princess, and I just want to be the unicorn right now because it's Pride and I'm all up in my feelings. So we're going to be using the unicorn timer today for the sprints. Let me know which ones you are interested in and hope will win. Yay, thank you, CB. That's awesome. Oh, that is so good that the migraine is finally gone. Migraines are the worst. Ugh. I have been very fortunate. I have not had one in a very long time. Sorry. Need to find some wood to knock on before saying that. But yeah, I do not relish them. They're a rite of passage in my family at around 24, 25. They begin. And Woo. Is it the one that you showed me? Please tell me it's the one that you showed me, because if it's that one, I am super, super excited. That is so cool. All right.
Yes, purple. Team purple.
That's awesome. I love the unicorns. And if you didn't see all of the weird glory corn art that I did yesterday, it's up on my Instagram. You can find a link to that in the description below, because I was just having a moment where I needed to make fan art, and Glory was a perfect target of that need to make fan art. Plus, it was great because she was streaming, so I could watch her turn red in real time. I didn't have to just like wonder what her reaction was. I could see it, and I needed it so much.
A thing popped in my head at work, and
for Yarnia.
For Yarnia.
What popped into your head at work?
Leonites.
Leonites. I like Leonites. I like it.
Except like a knight in shining armor.
I like it.
Leonites.
To go with the Leonidas.
I kind of want like an armored helmet with cat ears
Yes.
to be the mascot. Like that needs to be a thing. All hail Sir Pounce, the real winner of the Game of Thrones. Alrighty, let's get into the sprint where I'm going to roll dice and see what I do. I heard a lot of people take their picks. You know what? I'm going to go with my heart and with my lighting and pick purple too.
Because team purple.
Purple is so much love. All right. Make sure that you have something to hydrate with, or if you're me and struggling with not sleeping at all because insomnia is a thing, I still have some of my coffee left from this morning because I've been drinking it like a drunk who should be sent home from a bar and hasn't been yet with their whiskey. And I don't know why I'm just sipping it, but that's what I've been doing. I do have my caramel apple tea ready in the wings just in case. So make sure that you have something to hydrate with. Make sure you're saving your document, you're backing it up. Well, let's just do this. And a 5, a 4, a 3, a 2, a 1, and go! Oh, we're turning that music off. Sorry about that.
Appreciate that.
If the dark blue one loses, it did not want to win. But it does not look like it wanted to win, but the light blue did. Yeah, for the light blue.
That
Yeah.
guy's the blue one definitely wanted to win.
Yes.
Also, I love that they're all kind of like,
Yeah, they kind of got into a nice little delta pattern there. All righty. So how did everybody do?
I finished making my Sims.
Wrong button. Wrong button.
Yeah, that view is weird with only 3 people.
It is. It's like, because I don't even know how, like,
2. It's 2 or 4 plus. It is not 3.
Yeah. Yep. It gets all kinds of weird. Like, I guess it is kind of like, okay, streamers, we need a hug. There we go. Everybody hugged in close. Now we're back. Like, it's just, Anyway, I read some more in the book that I was talking about earlier. Did some journaling because I tried a new meditation technique last night that I really, really enjoyed and that I'm going to be doing more of.
Nice.
And then I thought, hey, I tried a new meditation technique last night that I really, really enjoyed and want more of. Maybe I should spend the rest of the sprint doing that. And then I did. And remarkably, taking time to be mindful and relaxed and calm makes you feel mindful, relaxed, and calm. I know that sounds oxymoronical, like that should not happen, but it does. So that's what I did for my sprint. I feel it was extremely productive. How did everybody else do?
Well, I went and got a snack, so I fed myself some salsa and chips. And they were it was mango peach salsa, so it was extra delicious. And then I went and I couldn't figure out where I had left my copy of The Emotional Craft of Fiction. I checked everywhere. Like, I have a pile of books right here next to the computer. I have one over on the couch, a giant stack of books. Wasn't there. It was under the bed.
Be brutally honest. What do you think of that book? Because I've had it open on Amazon for a while now.
I really enjoy the book. I highly recommend it. I think that the exercises are some of the most valuable part of the book. I'm still trying to kind of grasp what he's saying. I don't know whether it's like my ADHD or something, but it's just not clicking. But I find the exercises are so helpful. I can't even imagine how useful the rest of the book will be once I figure it out.
Because I have been devouring craft books and other books lately just cause. And I am not one to give bad reviews of things, but I started like 2 of them that were fortunately on Kindle Unlimited, so I didn't have to pay for more than a couple page turns.
Yeah.
And then realized, like, your prose is so, I hate to say it, but your prose is so bad in this book, I don't trust you for writing advice. Like, if you really knew secrets of how to write, this would be better written. And just, nah. Fortunately, those were on Kindle Unlimited, so I didn't have to, like, I'm not out money.
Yeah.
But I've been eyeing that one because I always feel like my characters are unfeeling automatons, and until I get notes from people saying that I really felt what your character was going through, I was like, really? Yay. How? Why? Explain. Because I feel like I'm so close to the characters that I don't feel like I'm fully embodying their emotion in the writing. But I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I am, and just unable to see it. And Heather, this is not me like calling you out, but when I saw Poop show up and then not Poops, oops. I don't know if anybody here watches Swell Entertainment, Amanda's channel on YouTube. I rather enjoy it. Her new video that's out today, she's talking about people who do DIY projects on TikTok. And one of them, she like read their full screen name and she's like, I don't know what to call them. I really don't know what else to call them other than poop because it's the first word in their screen name. So poop didn't like she said this whole thing where she didn't know like So I'm just hearing I could like with this whole thing was going on, I could just hear Amanda in the back of my head going poop. Okay, so when poop did, just like she's trying to have a serious talk about doing 1 minute video, 15-second to 1 minute videos about home renovation while having to talk about somebody named Poop. And the clash was too much for her mind, but just enough to make me very happy. So if you need a diversion, I highly recommend, but I'm just saying I heard Amanda every time that word showed up, and it amused me and it made me happy. So yay for that. See, the problem is my autocorrect has a potty mouth, which I am told that it's supposed to not know dirty words, but mine.
But it learns.
It learns, and it's dirtier than I am. Like, I don't often text people bad words. Some people here have read some of my fiction. I don't often use dirty words in my fiction, and when I do, it's more for emphasis. Because, when somebody drops an F-bomb and you're like, whoa, because you're not expecting it gets your attention. It's jarring. And so, I don't use them that much. My autocorrect, on the other hand,
really likes it.
It really likes it. Like if there's any word that I misspell that ends with a K, it just assumes it's the F word. And I don't know why. It doesn't matter what any of the other letters are in the word. If it ends in a K and it's like, I don't know what this is, F word. And that's the least bad word that it decides to just auto insert every now and then. So, yay. Let's see, where are we? I did look. HK is streaming right now, so if you are a stream hopper and want some of that Icelandic fun, she is currently streaming right now, and I love her streams so much that I don't mind promoting them even when we're streaming at the same time, because I love HK streams. Let's see. It's strange not to stream so much. I will be busy this weekend, though, with three sprints. Yeah, I can imagine. Like, you streamed... Like, I stream a lot. And, like, for people that only know me from this channel, like, I have a bad habit of, like, friends being like, I have a link if you want it, and being like, I'm here. Hi. Like, don't ever offer me a link if you don't want me to take it. Like, just golden rule. Just hide your links. Don't let me see them. I get bored really easily. The ADHD is a thing. I will show up on the stream if I see a link. I wander in. I stream a lot. And I keep thinking, like, maybe I should take, like, a little step back and maybe not as much. And then I'm just like, what would I do with my day? I would sit here talking to the monitor, because I'd still have other people's streams up because I'm still going to be working. So what's the point? But I understand. I understand this. It is a thing. It is a thing. But especially for you, like, you streamed more than I did, and I didn't think that was possible. It was possible. CB coming in with the 637-ish word. Oh no, 87-ish words. By the way, CB, I don't know if you saw my shirt, but I thought about you when I picked it out because I was trying to pick between two shirts, and I saw my Alan Rickman shirt by Grabthar's Hammer, You Shall Be Avenged. And I was like, I'm streaming today, and I need to wear Alan Rickman for CB. And I put this on just because it made me smile, because I was like, there are very few people in my life that love Alan Rickman as much as I do, and the appreciation just isn't there as much as it should be. And I was just like, CB will appreciate the Alan Rickman love. So I thought of you when I did this today. Still editing the novel, working on description and repetition. there's a part that I keep rereading in Anatomy of Prose, which is specifically about repetition and not when not to do it and when to do it. And Sasha Black has some very interesting ideas on when that should be. I'm personally, it's one of the places I kind of disagree. I like having a short descriptive phrase that I can use for a character that if I need to remind you who they are or what they look like, I can just pull back out, that you just kind of get used to. So if you don't need if you don't need the reminding, your eye can slide over it. Mm-hmm. It's kind of like using the word said a lot in dialogue. Your eye can slip over it if you don't need to see it, but if you need to see it, it catches your eye and you're like, oh, that's who said it. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know who's right about that, but I'm thinking about that a lot, especially with a couple of the books I'm doing right now, because I keep pointing out certain attributes on various characters, and it's like, do I continuously need to say he's a redhead? Like, do I need to keep pointing that out? Apparently, deep inside, yes.
My immediate response, yes.
Sent the hubby off to work and edited 4 pages. Bravo. I don't really have to send the hubby off to work because he loves the restaurant. So, but at the same time, he's been in a very much I have plans for things around the house mood lately, and it's just like I need some peace and quiet, and the people need to deal with you there. Go. Take your craftiness elsewhere, please. I can't take the sounds. Sharpen their knives. Leave my knives alone. And it's not so much that I don't want the sharp knives, it's the sound of the metal scraping against the whetstone. I just can't right now. I just can't. It's see, Carrie said, I got my manuscript out of my bag, and then someone wanted me to make a bunch of copies. Of course they did. Of course. Why wouldn't they want to interrupt? I mean, that's just the way it is.
I've been pushing a button on my keyboard, and I'm like, why is this stuff turning? It's because it's the wrong keyboard, you dumbass. That's why things aren't turning.
Kat, I say it often, but why do you have to be so relatable? Like, when I first moved back to this office, I thought I wouldn't want my keyboard to be up on the stand where the laptop is. I'd want it down lower, so I had a second keyboard down here that wasn't plugged in because I was still testing the other one, and I would start typing on the one that was down lower and being like, my laptop's broken. Why is my laptop broken? Oh. All the dang time. Yeah, I love this. There's not enough Galaxy Quest stuff out there. I'm just saying there's not enough Galaxy Quest stuff out there. I love this movie. It's cursed. There's been at least 5 attempts at a sequel that have always had something bad happen every time it gets to the funding phase. I'm terrible with a lot of actors' names, but the first time they were going to do a sequel, the actor who played Tommy was in a bad car accident that paralyzed him from the waist down. And they were having long conversations about how they would deal with that in a world where the technology of the alien technology should be able to heal him. Like how do you justify having him just either constantly be sitting or in a wheelchair? Because let's face it, the aliens in that world would be like, oh no, and like wouldn't even ask. They would just be like, here, let's make it better, because they're just way too kind-hearted. Like just way too kind-hearted. And I get the thing. And then the second time they got to filming, Alan Rickman died. So leave Sigourney Weaver alone. Don't try to make another sequel. I need my Sigourney Weaver. Unless it's Tim Allen's turn, then make another sequel. I'm fine. Shouldn't say that. That's mean, but heartfelt. Annuel with the 387 words. That is awesome. There was nearly, yep. There is a really good documentary out there where they went and interviewed everybody about all the stuff around Galaxy Quest. Highly recommend So much fun. Yep. Yep. Alrighty. Are we ready to do another unicorn race?
Sure.
I've been building a house this whole time, so
I'm just saying. The enthusiasm just warms my soul. Sure. It's so on brand for my channel. Like, are we excited? Yeah. Fine. We can do that.
everything.
I'm sticking with purple because Team
Purple
Purple
is
for the win.
life.
Team Purple for the win. I mean, I know it's hard to imagine how much I love the color purple. It's difficult. I get it. I understand, but I do. Especially when I lean back and my skin turns purple because of the lighting. Alrighty, let's get this started. Make sure that you are keeping yourself hydrated. I'm going to have to actually switch over to tea because I finally finished my coffee, and hopefully the caffeine will come to my aid. Make sure you're saving your documents because the gremlins, they don't need it. They've eaten my phone today. They don't need more. They just don't. Save your document. Back it up. Make sure that you're taking care of yourself. If you need to get up and move around, get up and move around. It's good for you. We're going to get started on the sprint in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go. Hi, Pinky. How are you doing, you winner, you?
You mean orange?
Sure. Sure, that's what I meant. It did, didn't it? I hopped over to say hi to HK Darkwood, who is streaming right now. And then I decided, oh, why not? I'm going to go back into editing this book. And I love Mother Satirius. Mother, I love you so much. It's like, oh, I love this character. This is her introduction in the book. And I love her so much. I hope other people do too. Y'all actually have seen her a lot because I make a lot of fan art. So like every time the stream starts, I play this timer. That's her. And I use that image again in the intro to my normal videos on the YouTube channel. Those are all Mother Satyria because I'm rather obsessed with her because I am. And I forgot her like just boss entrance into this story where she's just like, I'm going to have all of my minions surrounding me while these 3 terrified people are brought in and just be like, I'm going to be overly kind to you because that's the most unnerving thing that I could possibly do. And I was like, girl, go. My heart, I love her so much. So I got a quarter of the way through chapter 4 in that sprint. At least through the first pass. I do 2 passes on each chapter. The first one is to make sure I like all the words. The second one is for grammar and such. So I try to catch as much as I can in the first pass, but you know, I am a flawed human after all. If I were not, I would not need to check my spelling and grammar at all. Life goals. How did the rest of y'all do?
Still building this house.
Is it going to be a party house? Is it going to be a scary house? Is it a futuristic house?
It's kind of, well, a lot of it's black. And I did funky things with the windows. A lot of the last sprint was actually me being like this window. For no reason.
Sorry, I'm hearing weird noises outside and I'm trying to figure out what they are. Explaining weird facial expressions, which I'm sure I made because I think the people across the street are having a party again. Yay. Megan, how are you? How I don't know, words. How'd you do?
I went and got some miso soup with fried tofu in it, and it was very delicious. And so I ate that. And then I continued working on my grand Pride Anthology piece that I'm working on. I'm just trying to figure out how to make it like more emotional. Give me the feels. And then I need an ending. I need to know what happens next because I'm kind of stuck.
I'm so
How do
afraid.
I make it emotional?
I'm so afraid I'm going to be the one person who doesn't submit anything to it because I still haven't winnowed my ideas down to the one that I want to do. Like they're definitely fighting it down, and I've gone from about 15 to about 7 ideas.
You know, that would be ironic considering your channel's the channel that's hosting,
right?
But also you are the channel that's hosting it, so you are doing like a lot of the background things and making sure everyone has the proper information.
But I have so many ideas of things that I want to do. I have everything from kind of a like super queer Bridgerton kind of like moment to some really fun vampire stuff that I kind of want to do. And those I thought about just mashing up and making them the same thing. And then I've got like some weird fantasy ideas. I have an actual story from my own life that I kind of want to do a retelling of that I think would be entertaining. I've got a lot of so many ideas. So many. It's a problem. So hopefully I will get past that.
almost as problematic as having no ideas.
For me, it's worse because there's a part of me that wants to do that terrible thing that I do, and just like, well, I can write all of them, pick the one that I like the best, and that's for the anthology, and the others will just be videos that come out randomly throughout the rest of the year. And they're just like, that's a really good idea, but a lot of writing that I really don't feel like doing at the moment. So, can we just pick one? Like, they're not long stories, so like I could technically just draft a bunch of them, but I don't know. I am what I am. Oh my goodness. Let's see how everybody is doing in the chat. Pizza is in the oven. I love this announcement so much. It warms my soul. And by the way, the chapter where Jules the Bookworm shows up has been uploaded to Vela. It is there. So I hope you're happy with her. I hope you like her. I hope I sent you the link to the beta read. If you want it, I can send it to you if I didn't. If you want to double check and be like, no, you can't use use that name, which I'm fine with. But I'm so happy with it. And now I want pizza, which I shouldn't, because we had pizza for lunch yesterday. But I really am that person that could just have pizza all the time. I really could. And that's probably not the best. Hello, Mr. P. How are you doing? Why are you throwing a tantrum? What do you want? Oh. I'm sorry. I can't help with that. He'll be home when he's home. She's looking at the door like, make it me.
Basement or secondary building for like a workshop. Also, the lot is not really big.
Then basement. Unless you're going to put in a tiny house in the back. And then that would be cute. Like if it's not a very large lot, I don't know how much you could actually put in there. But also, I'm a fan of having a cave to dig down into and just like screw the world. I'm living in my cave. I have a problem. This is widely known. Gothy me here. Plus, my husband was raised in a cave. At least that's how he tells the story, because he intentionally moved his bedroom down to the basement at his parents' house because he just didn't want to deal with his brothers anymore. So he was the creature from below the earth, and he loves telling that story. Be careful. If you ever meet us, he will tell you this story. It will happen. I'm sorry ahead of time. It's long and has fireflies in it. But anyway. How's Jim Bob's? How's everything going? How are you? Are you getting excited for camp? I know you said you were working on something for camp, because it's the only nano that you can do throughout the year. 3 pages read and edited. That is awesome. That is really cool. That is kind of a super achievement. I just have to say, like, I thought I skipped meals regularly. I did not realize this was a writer trait until AuthorTube, because I don't like, I've got a lot of writer friends, but like we don't spend that much time enough time together to realize how often we don't eat. And then AuthorTube happened, and I'm just like, why authors never eat? why do we not do this?
We're too busy using our noggins.
Right? So yes, I consider anytime you have a meal, that's productivity because it keeps you from having the lack of energy that you'll need later. Hi, HK. How are you doing? Stream hopping is fun, and I like to have voices on in the background, so I love it when people are streaming at the same time I do, because I will often have their chatting going on while we're doing streams. When we're doing sprints on my stream, because I like having noise. I need to distract my ADHD brain. So I was watching Lance earlier today, and he had this like realization that every streamer he follows has ADHD, and he is a streamer with ADHD. And he was like, is this a prerequisite to be a streamer? Do all to have all of the stimuli of all of these, like, all this chat popping up here, the thing that you're doing over here, all of the other things that you have to manage to keep a stream going. kind of is the natural state of an ADHD brain. Because, and I was just like, I don't know what to say to that, because again, most of the streamers I know are people who have ADHD.
Yeah, I'm not diagnosed with it, but my stepmom a lot of times was just like, "Oh, honey, we don't have to diagnose you for it."
It really is a question, though, right? Is this a prerequisite? Like, did streaming come into existence so there would be an industry to support all of us ADHD kids? That, unlike what the doctor told my mother, I didn't grow out of it, thank you. I wish I had, kind of, sometimes a little bit, but not. I like the chaos, and I don't like the chaos. We have a relationship now. They sit on my couch, they yell at me. They like to sit with despair, anxiety, and depression, and just like all hang out and throw a party. It's kind of fun. Anyway, hi HK. How are you? ADHD. This one right here. Can you tell? You had a basement bedroom too. See, we always lived in we either lived in trailers or apartments. So I never had a chance to have a.
I was supposed to have a basement bedroom at my mother's house, and then my siblings kept moving into the house with their children.
I was gonna live in the basement, but there was no like fire exit, so my mom was like, "No, we don't want you to like die if there's a fire, so you gotta have a room with a fire exit."
Parents called it your cave or the hole. He actually would he grew grass on shelves and various things and brought fireflies in because he liked everything slightly twinkling, because this is the day before like LED lights were readily available, because we old. And but we've all always liked having twinkly lights places. He just did it with phosphorescent bugs. Hey, I'm down for this. Yeah, pizza party at Jules's house. Let's go.
Woo.
Hi, Tamama. How are you doing today? Any more misadventures in the kitchen? I hope everything is going all well with you. See, the only house we had with a basement was when I was 4. So, yeah, this house right here is actually the house that we lived in till from when I was let's see, about 2 to 5. We lived here, and then the moving began, and we lived everywhere. And I mean everywhere, like from Tennessee to Arkansas to Texas to Oklahoma to here again to Oklahoma to here again to Wisconsin to here again to Maryland.
My goodness.
And then I was 10.
It said enough.
Yeah, it said enough. So yeah, but this after we lived here, we didn't really have a house after that. It was all mobile homes and apartments. So, though I take that back. In Tennessee, we did have a house, but it didn't have a basement, and it was constantly getting struck by lightning, which was fun, because if you've never been a child and realized that like if the thunder is happening, I need to lay down flat as I can on the floor so the lightning monster doesn't get me. And it's not a game you're playing. It's literally at any time, because they had unshielded wire all throughout this house. Lightning could arc through the house. Yeah, we didn't live there long.
Understandably.
It was kind of terrifying and oddly exciting as a child who didn't fully understand the danger of what was happening. Just like every now and then, nature gave you a light show in your kitchen or living room. I blame this on being a kid who's like really into fantasy fiction, because I grew up and I'm like, why nature no give me magic light show all the time. It did when I was younger. Oh yeah, because that was really, really dangerous and people could have died. But other than that, it was really pretty. Unless I write fantasy fiction. All right, let's get started again. I'm saying Team Purple.
Yeah, Team Purple.
Because I just it's mood. Alrighty, make sure that you are taking care of yourself. Make sure that you are hydrating. I have switched over to my caramel apple tea because that's what happiness tastes like. I'm going to continue my edits on this chapter, and oh, that's right, River's about to show up, and there's going to be all kinds of bitchiness. Yes, I'm so happy with where I am in the book. I can't wait to get. Yes, I can't wait. So I'm going to do that. Hopefully, you are taking care of yourselves. If you need to get up and move around, get up and move around. And we are going to get started in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and sprint. Oh, come on now, Purple. Don't let me down. Don't let me down. You're way in the lead. No, don't let him catch up. Come on, you can do it. You can do it. You're almost.
I think the dark blue's about to win.
Blue.
Blue.
Oh, Blue. Coming in at the last second and just junk, just stealing it right away from Purple. It was so clever. Yes, Purple, cry. Cry tears of having been stolen. Oh my goodness. So I continued the edit. I'm more than halfway through this chapter now. And I forgot how much I truly love these characters. And my obsession is completely reborn. Like, I don't know. This is probably the one I should have paid to have someone else edit because I feel like I'm too close to it. But when I made the decision of which one I was going to pay for editing for, I didn't think I was going to be doing this one as well right now. But I am, and So I love the story too much. How did the rest of y'all do? How's the house coming along?
I'm actually playing now.
Ah,
Playing what?
Sims.
Oh.
playing. She's
Gotcha.
finished the construction.
I was like, I don't understand what that game is. I worked on my
Right.
anthology piece. I'm getting to a part. Well, I'm not getting to a part. I'm in a part where I'm just describing stuff because I have no idea what I'm doing next. So I'm getting super detailed with the description, and we'll see what bunch of it I'll cut when it comes time to edit. I'm hoping something will spark an idea.
When it comes to things being the devil in writing, description is the worst because what is too much? What is too? Where is the Goldilocks zone? Like, I wish there was like a hard and fast rule. Like, if you spent more than this many words on description, you've gone too far. But if you've spent less than this many words, you haven't gone too far enough. Like, I need to know where the Goldilocks zone is because I oscillate between White Rooms and Gormenghast. And that,
Yeah, I feel that.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Just, Like, no, they don't really need to know what the mouse in the corner of the room is doing, but I'm going to tell you anyway, because I know, and you should know it too.
What am I supposed to do with all this extra knowledge about the story?
Like, that's the problem. That's why I'm so happy for World Anvil, because I don't feel the pressure to info dump as much, because I can just be like, you should really go check out the wiki. There's so much there, especially for the Dragons of Night setting. If you the link should be in the description box below. If you're curious about the setting that I'm currently writing in, I have a lot of articles up over on my World Anvil for this setting, and a lot more that need to get posted that haven't been yet. But so much, and I don't feel the pressure to info dump as much because I know that I have this public resource now. That for those who want that insane amount of detail that exists in my head, there's a place to go find that. So, yay for that. My own holy weird one. How is everything going?
I love your new hair that you posted on Instagram.
Right?
It's adorable.
I love OK Weird's hair, like, anytime.
Yeah, pretty much.
Like, I don't think they've done anything to their hair that I did not love.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Hair is life goals. I'm just saying, yes, I agree with this because, one, I'm too much of a chicken to do it myself, and two, I keep putting off making that appointment because, I don't really know if I want her breathing in my face. Like, I know she's supposed to be wearing a mask, but I also know the kind of person that she is, and she's supposed to have the glass thing, the visor thing too, but I also know the kind of person that she is, and I'm like, but she's good at it, so, like, if anybody's going to do the hair, I want her to do the hair, but especially because with the decision that I've made that I want all of this super, super white stuff here on the front. I want that to stay. So I want that cordoned off from the rest when it gets dyed. So I still have like the super, super white hairs going across because it makes me feel like Rogue from the X-Men. Don't judge me. Because I've got my little white lock. And it's in just the right place. Ooh. See, when I was that middle school? We learned how to make a really quick, if you like deep dish pizza crust that takes like 20 minutes before pizza. Like, it's so quick, it's so simple, it's really bready, but I am not opposed to that. Like, I have respect and admiration for New York style pizza and more Italian style pizzas, but no. I grew up in the Midwest. We just put things on bread. We're happy. Just put it on bread. So I like the bready doughs. So I pull that out every now and then. The hubby, on the other hand, gets really, really frustrated because he has a really good pizza dough recipe that takes like 2.5 days. Because there are things that you do and then you let it rest, and then there are things that you do and you let it rest, and then there are things that you do and then you bake it. Worth it. I'm not going to lie. I don't have this patience. I do not have this patience.
So basically, what you need to do is you need to have the quick and easy pizza one night so that you can have the better pizza the next night.
See, I'm the person that makes the 6-hour challah, which I know is kind of a sin in and of itself. But, yeah, I make the 6.5-hour challah because I never think to get started the day before and let it have that full 24-hour, like, proving time that a really good challah should have. I think my challah is fine, though. I think it's fine. But, like, I just don't... I'm not that good of a baker. That's the moral of the story. I'm not that good at it because I don't have the patience. I'm figuring out my color coding to edit. Oh, yeah. See, this is one of the reasons why I'm happy that I'm just using Pro Writing Aid now, because I don't have to worry about that. It randomly assigned colors when I set rules. Like, I would look for these things, and it's just like, I don't know, they're going to be these colors. They're never the same colors from chapter to chapter, which ADHD me respects that, because I don't get bored of like, oh, that's just marked yellow. I don't need to worry about that right now, because it's like, that's red. Why is that red? I have to check and see like why it's marked as wrong. So I'm kind of okay with that. But yeah, I like that it marks a lot of it up for me. I disagree with it often because it's got a wonderful sense of like, here are the words that destroy all fiction. That makes me think that whoever coded it really likes Hemingway, and I'm on the record about this. Adjectives are not bad. We're allowed to use them. But I'm kind of happy that I don't do all the insane markups anymore. You make your own pizza dough, but not as often as I would like. Yeah. We used to be able to get around here this really good frozen pizza dough that you could just pull out and you kind of put it in the oven really low to kind of wake it up, and then you top it and then bake it. So it took a little bit longer than just like a ready-made pizza dough, but you'd always have it in the freezer. So we could like get like a stack of them and put them in the deep freeze. I miss them so much because they were so yummy and they were just always there and reliable. Yay!
Yay! It's Laura.
This is why I don't play poker, by the way. This right here. Like, y'all didn't know why I was suddenly excited. I just saw a little card slide across the table and I went, ah! Because I don't play poker for a reason. How are you doing today?
What card am I?
You would have to be either a queen or an ace. I'm just saying, like, you're up there, like, yeah. Well, actually, I guess you'd have to be a queen because Cat has to be the ace.
True. Okay, I put it in the Discord, but I'll bring it up here anyway. Somebody just came out to me as ace, Do you have any resources for them? They are already on a Discord and ordered their first black ring with an amethyst in it.
Ooh,
They're super excited.
that is really exciting. Other than asking my like, please don't take this as I'm putting Kat on the spot, but other than asking around amongst my Ace Arrow friends, like, would you be interested in talking with a new egg that's just hatched? I don't know of any major resources that would be good.
My resource, like, to learn things, in all honesty, was a Ace of Clubs on campus because
Yeah, they're not in school anymore.
yeah, I still am like, okay.
I will say that at least most of the LGBT groups that I allow myself to associate with are very Ace Arrow friendly, because that's kind of a prerequisite for me, because the ones that aren't generally have turfs in them or tolerate turfs. I don't know what those two things have to do with each other, but they're oddly correlative, at least in my experience. I really don't understand it, but so finding a good community to be a part of, I would say, depending on where they are, there may be events in their area a lot, especially now that restrictions are lightening in some places. There are a lot of organizations trying to reorganize, and so they're doing things online and through Discord, because that in some ways is the best thing, because you get to actually know people that can have your back and be there if you need to talk to them. Because, and I don't know why this is, but I feel like, especially, I'm very protective of Ace Arrow people, if you can't tell, because there's a lot of hate in the community towards them sometimes, and especially amongst the straights, which, as Jamie likes to point out, is different from straight people. Like, the straights are definitely you know who I'm talking about, them people.
The super straights?
Yeah. And so they really should try to embed themselves in the community as much as they can, because I believe that solidarity is how we get through everything, especially with the waves of like the anti-trans stuff that's happening, which I'm seeing a lot of anti-gay stuff like trying to ride its coattails to get back up. So yeah, find a good community that you feel comfortable in. If they are religious, look for an MCC, a Metropolitan Community Church, which is extremely LGBTQ friendly. It was literally a friend of Dr. King, who was very out and proud, who wanted to start a church that was just for queer people. Like, other people are welcome too, but that was like the primary mission, is you should not feel hated in your house of worship. So they're a nice place to get started if they are more on a religious bent. Be very careful around Buddhists, because that really is a question that needs to be asked, because especially if they're from various Japanese or Vietnamese sects of Buddhism, there is very strong anti-LGBT literature in a lot of those traditions, that one doesn't expect, because you think of Buddhism, you think of the Dalai Lama, you think of you think of Thich Nhat Hanh, very like open, accepting, loving, but you have to be careful. Shinran and a lot of Pure Land Buddhists had a lot of bad things to say about LGBTQ people that persists in those communities sometimes. But for anybody who's coming out, especially here during Pride Month, when in doubt, call a place, ask questions where you're distant and can feel safe, and judge their answers carefully, because that's one of the best ways to feel out whether or not it's a safe place to actually be.
Cool.
I don't know if that helps at all, but I mean, I will say that like OT's fan base is extremely welcoming and extremely loving and extremely helpful to people. So if they like weird streamers and YouTubers, one topic at a time, their community is his community is just very, very welcoming. And because he is so pro LGBTQ, there's a very strong ace arrow contingent in there, a very strong trans contingent, and basically every stripe of the rainbow flag is very well represented amongst his fans. So that, places like that are really good. Just to find people that are like-minded, because that's helpful. Yeah, I wish I had some better answers to this. I will actually make a note, because that feels like a hole in my knowledge that should be filled. And I don't like having holes in my knowledge that are not filled. That is a thing.
I kind of agree with Tamama too. She says part of me wants to recommend Tumblr because there are a few big ace blogs on there, but Tumblr also has a lot of exclusive big spec. Yeah, so you have to be careful, but they do have a pretty good community on there.
Yeah, and there are some subreddits that are really, really good. Like, most of them have way too many letters, and I can never spell them because I can never remember how many letters are in them. But like r/ace and r/trans, and like I don't know how many letters are in either one of those. There's a lot. I know r/trans actually was given the short URL of just, if you go to Reddit /r/TRAA, it goes to them now, because there's just so many A's. There's just so many A's. It's just so many. But those are really, really good communities that are very, very helpful and really funny.
Are you wearing a Galaxy Quest shirt?
Yes, I am. By Grabthar's Hammer, you shall be avenged. Because, like I said earlier, when I was looking through clothes to wear for today's stream, I saw this. I thought of CB and our mutual love of Alan Rickman. And I was like, yes, that is the shirt. That one right there. That is the one that I have to do, because all the Galaxy Quest all the time. How legit are the more light churches? I know that Mr. Rogers was a part of them. I've heard good and, like, with everything, I've heard good and bad things, but the bad things have never been too bad. Just people not feeling as welcome as they thought they would. I can't speak to them too much. I can ask around, because I have a lot of friends that do like anti-cult and stuff. So I'll ask around and see if I hear anything back that needs to be reported back to the community about them, because I cannot think of anything off the top of my head that is disturbing or bad, about them. I know that they really put forward the whole idea of compassion a lot, and yeah, again, you have to be careful. The American Episcopal Church is very divided on this issue, but the pro-LGBT wing is extremely pro-LGBT and will welcome you in with all the love and affection that you are willing to accept from them. They will give you cake. I'm just saying, they will give you cake. You have to accept the cake. But
Cake?
all the cake. But you have to be careful which side it is. That's usually very regional for them. And you can guess which regions. I don't think I have to call out a certain portion of the country. But in a certain part of the country, it can be harder to find those. Yeah, just a part, not calling out exactly where I am, but they can be very, very, very helpful. I will say there are a lot of, and I hate the term support group, because I don't think what LGBT communities are support groups, but we don't have good names for a lot of things. There are a lot of support groups out there. And also with Pride coming up, look for local Pride resources in your area. Because if there are Acero community groups, now's the time that they're really pushing for visibility because of Pride, whenever your local Pride events are. And it's sometimes easier to find them just because Pride is such the high holy days of the queer community that, activity ramps up around now. Hello, Spence. How are you doing? You've heard generally good things, but I wait with bated breath. Yeah, I get that. I'm very nervous about a lot of groups of people. It's one of the things that I love about the group that I'm in, because we're too disorganized to be mean to anybody. Like, even if we got it in our heads that we should be mean to somebody, like, we'd never get it done because it would be stuck in like committee meetings about, but how do we not alienate the people that we like?
Yeah.
Because that's who we are.
One possible resource, by the way, is asexuality.org. And I think that's actually where I learned about the black ring. To go on the middle finger, specifically the middle finger of the right hand. Specifically the middle finger of the right hand. Just saying.
Right? And I just have to say, they can be fun groups to hang around in. Rainbow cake for everyone.
And as weird as it does sound, even if you are not a college student, I would recommend at least like going to college websites for the LGBTQ centers. And a lot of times they will have information and resources, even if you are not part of that college. And if like they have been to college and they are an alumni somewhere, they have access to the resources at that college.
I am rarely a gatekeepy kind of person. I think y'all have kind of gotten that vibe from me. But the one thing that I am very gatekeepy about is any real gay bar will have a directory of resources for people that are looking for them. Because the bars were one of our main places that we could meet, because most of them back in the day were run by the mafia, who paid off the cops to leave us alone so they could make money off of us. It was not a healthy relationship, but it was a relationship that allowed us to exist. So they really became community hubs, and most, I will say, true gay bars will have access to that information for what's going on in the community, where you can call them up and they will know, or go there, and they should at least have a bulletin board for flyers that people can leave information on. If not, usually in a table somewhere in the back, usually off to the side of the bar, with flyers and stuff, because that's how my people do. Never mind. Later. It's game time. Oh, that's funny. So you were lucky enough to be able to participate in the first Pride event in Susquehanna Valley last year. That is awesome. Maybe the PS4 is being quite a puddle. I feel this. Technology and I are not friends today. So not friends.
You just kind of exist.
Like, I really want to, during one of the sprints, go and check my phone and see if it's charged any since I've been back here, but I don't want to know. I'm not happy about whatever is going on with it. Let's see. As an elder ace, I feel like I should have more pointers that I just like kind of exist. Yeah, I generally, it's been really hard, especially over the last year, because a lot of resources that come immediately to mind, because they weren't able to do the galas and parties that they fundraise for, are kind of in a state of dormancy because they didn't have the money to, like, LGBT charities live on a wish and a prayer, and if you're not the HRC or GLAD or GLSEN that generally have corporate sponsorships, it's very hard to exist. And a lot of them are kind of, or the Trevor Project, which luckily has been able to do fundraising still through a lot of online sources that have been continuing to raise money for the Trevor Project, because that is so vitally important. But I'm hoping over the next couple of years we'll see a resurgence in all this. You tried to play nice with the turf, see her point of view and all of that before. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not the person to do that. Yeah. I've kind of gotten to the point of view. I'm just going to make this very short, and I hate to sound also promotory. I talk about this a lot on the episode of the Project Shadow podcast that came out today, which is about heteronormativity and pride, and how those two things don't belong together unless it's your thing. Like, if heteronormativity is your kink, I'm not going to shame you, but you're not going to shame anybody else. But I talk a lot about how I've gotten to a strange place in my head, especially with TERFs and listening to them, because TERFs, like any other kind of transphobe, homophobe, racist, sexist, misogynistic POSs that exist in this world, there are two kinds. There are those who are in it for the grift, that want either money or power from the people they're taking advantage of, or there are those that have been terrified by the people that want the money and power from instilling that fear. And it is a fear and hatred based business, and I am not here for it. And it's, when talking to a TERF especially, it's really, if you want to have any chance of having a conversation with them, you need to do the detective work to figure out, are they a grifting TERF that's in this for some sense of power, or in some case money, or have they been literally terrified of a phantom menace that doesn't exist because the Sith are in a galaxy far, far away a long, long time ago. Because they're going to fit in one of those two camps, because the things that they're afraid of don't happen, because if they did, we would know the names of the perpetrators. They would make them legend. So the fears are extremely unfounded, and it's not on any of you to make it your job to have to do that work if you don't feel like you want to do it. And that's the other thing that we have to give ourselves permission to do, is realize, oh, honey, you're not my problem. Bye. Just, it's hard to do, especially when they're family members, because I have a couple of those, and it's really, really hard to just let them go their own way. Good night, CB. Have a good one. I hope your new DVD arrives and it's wonderful and it plays fine. I'm like the nanny in Eloise. Yeah, push the elevator button to open, knocking people open. Yeah. Yeah, you gotta. I understand. I just don't take more on yourself than you can bear. That anytime you're involved in any kind of activism, it's the hardest thing to get through your own mind, is burning yourself out, causing yourself mental distress, is not helping the cause. And it feels so selfish to sit back and go, there's this big problem. I know it exists, but I have to ignore it for a while so I can get my own mind in a healthy place. Sometimes you just have to do that, because if you're not in a good place, you can't really be a help to other people. We need to take care of ourselves.
I'm a vampire. Cow. Was I'm a ghost.
Caitlin handed me her phone to order McRichards.
You heard twice from separate places the TERFs define womanhood through violence. Most TERFs, when you actually read their stuff, womanhood is defined by both violence, which is only ever perpetrated by men against women. Women have never done anything wrong in the history of time and eternity for all time, which is beautiful, but a fairy dreamland. Or they only care about women who are capable of menstruating. And that is very, very true. Some turfs have, I'm going to say inadvertently, I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt, but some turf organizations have inadvertently attacked legislation that would help women who've gone through menopause, because they confuse menopausal women with trans women because the lack of menstruation. Like, we are more than our bodily functions. Like, you have to, like, just however you want to define your gender, your whatever, it really needs to be more than just a simple bodily function, because there are a lot of young girls that will never have a period for a lot of different reasons. The least of which is being trans. Like, trans people are such a small percentage of the population. Just
there are people that they would probably die if they were not on birth control, because it stops their periods, because their periods are so bad.
Yep.
Like, they were bleeding too much to the point where they were hospitalized.
Yep.
So they were put on birth control that would stop their periods entirely, because otherwise they would bleed to death.
And it helps treat like a whole bunch of other like
most of the
conditions.
most of the people I know that are actually on birth control are not on it to prevent pregnancy. That is just a bonus. It is
Mine is to stabilize mood so that my depression doesn't nosedive for an entire week for PMS, because that sucks.
Yeah.
And this is when we're involved in any kind of activism, we have to think of the ancillary effects of what we're doing. I live in an area that has a lot of anti-abortion activists here, and I'm trying to get them to understand that the debate that you're having is not the debate that needs to be had, because I have had to personally counsel so many women who are having thoughts of ending their life because they had a miscarriage and thought that their body murdered their own child. And they were convinced that their body that they had murdered their own child. And no, miscarriages are hard enough for women to deal with without that philosophical baggage.
You can do everything right. Everything right. And you can still miscarry.
Yep. One in 4 pregnancies goes to term. Most women miscarry without knowing.
Yeah.
Most miscarriages happen before a woman even knows she's pregnant, because the body just decided, nah. And their period is late, and then they have a heavy flow, and they don't know why.
One thing I really hate about a lot of the abortion ban laws is you can be charged with murder for miscarriages that are not within your control at all.
Like, I understand having deeply held beliefs. I have quite a few deeply held, sincere beliefs. I have a lot of deeply held, sincere religious beliefs. But you have to think about the consequences. There's a whole branch of philosophy called teleology, where you actually look at how things end. Like, if I have this position, or if I do this thing, what is the end result of that? That are nothing but philosophical exercises to work things through to the end. Most people are only familiar with this when people bring up the slippery slope argument, which is the weakest argument in teleology of, well, everything's just going to go downhill. No, that's not how that works. You have to think things through, and this is the problem that we have as a society. I'm just saying, is we have lost that teleological look at who am I accidentally harming with my sincere beliefs? Because I'm not saying that people have to agree with me on everything, but you also shouldn't be hurting people intentionally, because that should not be a thing. But you should not be hurting people accidentally. And finding that balance is very, very important. It is so important. Jesse Gender did a deep video on turfs. Yes. Oh my goodness. Yes. Because it was, remind me if I'm wrong, but Jesse also did the video about how turfs don't understand The Handmaid's Tale. Also, that may be the one that you're talking about, because she's done a couple. Jesse's done a couple, and I highly recommend Jesse Gender's channel, especially if you like Star Trek, because there's a lot of lighthearted, fun, like whimsical Star Trek stuff over there, and some really deep think pieces that will make you go, wow, there's a lot of books I have not read. And as somebody who considers themselves fairly well read, I'm always impressed. Like, wow, I need to read more books. And if you step back, yeah. Perseverance, 5-year-old, asking why. Yeah. I will say, I am obsessed with the Flat Earth Society, as you all probably know, because I bring it up a lot. But a very prominent flat earther just debunked Flat Earth for himself and has switched over to the other side.
Oh, wow.
And I don't know if you've ever heard of Ranty Flat Earth with his channel. He has switched over to the other side and has started a new channel where he's just going through and not only talking about how to debunk Flat Earth, but explaining the thought process. And he really calls it a cult that he was stuck in, on how he was able to deny that the Earth was round for so long. And it is a fascinating series of videos where he will play somebody debunking of a idea of how the Earth is actually round, that conspiracy theory that we all believe in for reasons. And he will not just say why they're wrong in how they're debunking that the Earth is actually round, but what is probably going on in their mind and how the defense mechanisms are working within them, making them really want to defend. It's a really interesting channel. It's called Flurf. What is it? It's got a funny name. Let me look it up real quick. I'll put a link in chat. But it's so heartening in a way, seeing, such a ardent person who just literally denied reality. Just literally denied reality, wake up and then do the right thing of, here, let me explain. This is how we got there. It's called Flurfspective. Because it's the perspective of Flurfs, flat earthers. Here's a link. I'll put it in the chat to his channel. I rather enjoy his videos. He and several others that he shows clips from do use the blue language. So if that is objectionable to you, maybe not check out this channel. I think he is adorably cute. And in that, I really just want to pinch his cheeks and then get punched by him for doing it. And
kind of like you said you wanted to do to the character I made, you just want to punch her cheeks and then let her kill you.
You're too cute. You're too cute. And then, endure the pain that follows. But yeah, it's magical to see somebody who has just literally gotten the scales pulled off their eyes, reckoning with not only how the world really is, but explaining the tactics that kept them from seeing how the world is the way that it is for so long. Same. And that's a whole topic.
One of the people down my street finally removed their couple like last month, I think, removed their flag.
That's a whole side thing. Telltale's channel has been doing a really good job following all of the conspiracy theories, because that's his big thing, is kind of debunking conspiracy theories. So the Telltale podcast, he's been doing a very good job kind of following and cataloging all the conspiracy theories around this, and it's really fascinating if that's the thing that you're into. But yeah, there's some. We have a reality problem in this country, y'all. We seriously have a reality problem in this country. You personally fist fight lawmakers who push legislation to punish miscarriages. I feel it.
Also, this stream has taken a very serious turn.
Yeah, it's kind of the mood I'm in. I'm sorry. I do apologize. We'll get silly in a minute because it's what I do. Yeah, I love Jesse so much. Like, definitely check out Jesse's channel. And if you're into fantasy books, Council of Geeks just had their first book come out, and it looks really interesting, which I'm very excited about, and trying to be like, hey, why don't you do some author tube videos? Why don't you come on over? Why don't you come on over and come? Hi. And watch that creepy ass moment is going to be the one moment that they see, like when they check out, like, should I? No. But we have the Doctor Who here too. Yeah, we have a reality problem in this country. I will say, if you cannot bear traumatic books, do not read The Handmaid's Tale. Do not watch the movie that was made based on it, or the show that was made on it. It is. I mean, there aren't enough trigger warnings to give for this story. To the chagrin of a lot of people, Margaret Atwood wanted to focus just on women's rights. So there is a brief paragraph in the beginning of the book to explain that basically everyone that was not white was forced out of Gilead into the wasteland that is across the Mississippi River, and all the gay people were killed, and still are throughout the course of the story. By the way, there's literally the wall of gender traitors that is kept in every city, that their bodies are just hung from and left to rot. It is not an easy book to read. It is a very powerful book. It is a very well written book. I've not read the sequel to it that she published. But it is a very powerful book and really frightening, as I feel like we're witnessing Gilead trying to form right now.
The TV show is fantastic.
The TV show is really good. Jesse Gender's video about The Handmaid's Tale was one of the first pieces you heard of. Yeah, that video is so good. Like, just so good. I'm nervous to go near them at this point. I understand that. Like, we really do have a really reality point problem in this country right now.
Come to Canada.
So tempting. So tempting. You have no idea.
Bring my dog with you.
Hey, see, now I have more justification. Like, next time the hubby and I are sitting around going, maybe Canada's an option, I can be like, but we have to stop in California first because we have to pick up a dog.
Yes.
But we really need to do it because there's a whole dog thing, and yeah.
It's for the greater good.
It's for the greater good. Yeah. And that is only getting worse. Yeah. We have a reality problem in this country. What is it called? It's like something of fire. Look it up real quick. Yeah, it's a fantasy book that just came out. It's called Dream of Fire. Here, there's shush. I'm just here for your link. So here's a link to the book. But yeah, it just came out. It looks I will probably be reading this. The cover is fierce. The back cover reads really interesting. But yeah, there's Nathaniel's book, and I'm just saying there's something about that cover that just it speaks to me. So yeah, I'm excited for it because I know it's been in the works for quite some time. Still is traumatic. Yes, it is.
Very.
Like, there aren't enough trigger warnings. Like if you are, yeah. Like I still haven't finished the HBO show, not the HBO show, the Hulu show, based on it because it was just doing so much.
Isn't the show still going?
Well, I'm not caught up. Is what I'm saying. Like about halfway through season 2, my brain just couldn't.
The next season should be coming out soon. But, COVID.
Yeah. And on a much lighter note, okay, so there's the link to Nathaniel's book there. And Order Troops of Fire. Yeah. Nathaniel just did a launch stream for it, and I love seeing a happy writer's face. Like nothing makes me happier than a proud writer, just with that look of I did a thing. Like you don't know it yet, but there's a genetically programmed face that you have that once your book comes out, you will make it, and it's like I did a thing. It's unavoidable. It's just in there, and it's wonderful to see, and I love it. On a lighter note, Earth is being invaded by giant ants. Yay! Actually, on a much lighter note, I don't know how I missed it. Fort Salem, Motherland Fort Salem is getting a second season, and it starts on June 22nd. And the show is trash, but I love it, and I can't wait. I'm very excited, especially the way the season 1 ended. I would have been very upset not getting a second season. It's on, I think, Freeform, but it will be on Hulu the day after. So if you don't have access to Freeform, it's there. Mr. Spence and Pizza Demon are playing Earth Defense Force. That's awesome. That's awesome. I desperately need to do the thing. But yeah, if you have not seen, if you like stories about witches and weird alternate reality stories, basically the plot of the setting is at the Salem witch trials, one of the witches basically stood up to the people hanging them and went, look, have power. Maybe I could use it for you rather than against you. Maybe not kill me. And so witches basically got outed at the Salem witch trial. And that caused a whole domino of things. Because now the world knew that witches weren't superstition. They were real. And everybody started like getting their own witches to do things, and they got forced into government service because it's a real interesting world that they have set up, and the magic's kind of nifty. And man, the way season 1 ended, I need answers.
I haven't seen it. I have seen like trailers and stuff for it, like before season 1 was out or anything, and I'm like, I kind of want to watch it, but at the same time, I don't, because I don't want it to influence how I'm writing Shadow until I've written Shadow Draft 1. Because I feel like there might be some similar things in it, but not.
I'm gonna watch more trailers and see if you disagree with me on this.
Well, just like the power wise, like
magic in Salem is based on sound. It is exclusively based off of sound.
Okay.
Basically, witches have a thing in their throat that lets them vibrate at a certain wavelength that lets magic happen. That's their justification for how magic happens. They literally intone it into the world. So all of the spells are sung.
Oh, interesting.
And I don't think that was a thing that you were doing.
No.
From what I've heard. So the magic is very different. And that's the other half of the story is you're only as powerful as the songs that you know.
Oh, shit.
So there's a lot about people keeping their songs and spells secret from each other and whatnot, and it's so that is very different, and it is very much an alternate Earth. Like the United States is broken up into I think 5 countries
Oh.
because the Revolutionary War went very differently because they didn't need to placate the southern states. Like a lot of people don't realize all the stuff that went on at the shenanigans at the constitutional conventions that led to the United States, where they basically made a lot of capitulation to Virginia and states south to get them on board because they needed the money and the troops. Well, they had witches, so they didn't really care. So it's a very different map of the world as well, and the geopolitics is fairly different. So
Oh.
I don't know how much overlap.
Then there might be none.
Yeah,
But at the same time,
I get the concern there, but it's such a different world. And that's one
Also,
that I'd rather mention.
Sims has been closed.
Oh, and it's also a very LGBT friendly show. Like there are a lot of queer characters on the show. Like a lot of them. Like the main character is a lesbian.
Good for her.
And not in a way that I'm upset about, which is very hard to do for like a lot of magic shows where they find a way to like make you go, They didn't, though her girlfriend needs a good firm slap in the face, but that's an opinion. All right, let's get going. I'm going to do purple again.
Purple.
And I promise,
Magenta.
when we get back, lighter topics. I don't know. I'll tell a bad joke. I don't know. We'll see something. Let's get started on the sprint. Make sure that you're taking care of yourself. If you've not gotten up and moved around for a while, maybe do that. If you have a grumpy dog that's sitting on the chair, just kind of looking at you like, why did you make him go away? Maybe go over there and get her belly. Yeah, that's a promise. That's a promise and a threat. Yeah. Just wait till I let go on the timer. I'll get you. She's got the face on now. Game on. All right, let's get this sprint started in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and sprint.
I'm not going. Oh, am I? No, darn you, purple!
Go purple! Yay!
Yay, purple!
Wahaha.
Rigged. Rigged, I tell you.
I wish. Okay, so I'm not blaming Cat at all, but I may have been adding a character to my thing and I didn't like the picture I did, and I may have spent the entire sprint in Art Breeder. I mean, it's kind of my fault because I introduced Cat to Art Breeder, but
Okay.
I was like, I made this picture in Art Breeder and I've never been quite happy with it, and I've watched basically Cat do on-screen tutorials for a really long time on how to make these faces exactly the way we want them to be. Plus, they added all of those custom things that you can add in. So, like, I could be like, I need to find one of those super red hair ones because River's supposed to have a lot redder hair than this. And I may have, yeah. There was a lot of time was had in Art Breeder, and I am not upset by that. But soon I will have a much more accurate image of River done. Though I will have to go in and edit it because they do not give the feature. The eyes need to be edited because of the type of magical critter he is. His eye, the ways his eyes look is very important for story. And so I'll have to go in and edit that. But I'm okay. I'm okay with having to deal with that later. I can always fix the eyes in post. But yes, I it is so much fun as I'm putting, because I pantsed the story, so I'm putting together the story Bible now, which is very much cart after the horse, cart before the horse. The way I did this, but I have portraits for like almost all of the characters done, and for the most part, I'm very happy with them. But this one, I looked at it and I was just like, you look like you belong in a grunge band from Seattle, and that is so not the look we're going for here. Like, I mean, it's appropriate. The story takes place in the 90s, but that is so not the character you are. So, edit. I'm playing with the picture, and I'm happy. I also played with the dog a little bit because I threatened to go over there and get her face, and I did. And
As you should.
As we should. And
The caramel brownie McFlurry is okay. The brownie is kind of like the brownie that you would get like if you were getting a Diet Bar brownie.
Oh no!
I don't know what that is.
But the caramel, it's kind of like a not sweet enough brownie. It's off, like a brownie that isn't right.
Bless you, Charlie.
Allergies are a real thing. So I see that Cat's food arrived, and luckily I don't have to be as jealous as I was yesterday with the shawarma.
The shawarma was so good though.
It still looks good, but you know that shawarma, I've not had good shawarma in a very long time. There was much.
See, the thing is, I don't know if I've had actually good shawarma.
I will say for a fact, you will know if you've had bad shawarma. there is. I have rarely had mediocre shawarma. It does exist, but it is rare. It is either okay to good shawarma, or I think your meat's gone bad.
No.
Well,
that's been my experience with shawarma, at least.
The restaurant that Caitlin used to work at, they were actually like a family-run Mediterranean restaurant.
Nice.
And all the shawarma rice bowls.
I do think if the hubby had his way, we would be a Mediterranean restaurant, because that's like his favorite food to cook. Is like we have Mediterranean months more than once a year.
Well, there's so many areas in the Mediterranean. A lot. Like I just love it when Tunisian month comes back around, because I love Tunisian food so much. So, and Moroccan.
Okay, I'm gonna get lost in food food things inside my head. Like, take me away from Flavor Town. What was everybody else up to during that?
I fed the dogs. They are now satiated and asleep in their box, which is the way it should be. And then I worked on, or got stuck on, this anthology piece. Someday it will come together and make sense and all the things, but not today.
I feel that. Like, when I saw Okay Weird put this in, like, I almost wrote a novel in chat, and I was just like, wait, I'm on the stream. I can just say it. I am here for all of the dumb fun that people want to do for this thing. My problem, as always, is I'm overthinking it between, like, I got stories, y'all. It's one of the reasons why you're here is, like, what horrible traumatic thing from Charlie's past is going to come spilling out of their mouth next. I get that. And I have a lot of those stories that I kind of want to do for this. And I also have some really trashy, like, I just want some Edwardian vampires making out stories. Like, that's probably the one that's going to win. I'm just warning you, everyone now. They're like, it's not going to be a romance story. It's just going to be a lot of touching and blood, lots of blood. Maybe, I don't know. We'll see. Let's see if I can control myself. That's the one that's wanting to win. I don't know if, like, I'm setting a good example with that, but yes, all the dumb fun. I am here for it. Like, please, because I'm trying. Because the other story that I really want to tell is that time I got queer bashed leaving a drag bar, and that's not going to be a good time had by any. So I kind of don't want to tell that story. So Laura, what were you working on?
I ate leftover pizza, and then I was listening to the World Readathon sprint chat sprints. So I skipped their timer. I was listening to their chatty bit. So
who's doing the Readathon right now? I didn't look at the.
Right now, it's on Wright Holly Davis with Zara Hoffman, Autumn Ashley, Heather Venkat, Angela Ann, and Danielle.
I'm not going to say the thing that went through my head. I don't know. Maybe you're off the tubes dying. There, I said it. Okay. Sorry. All these names that, like, half of them I'm like, I don't think I know who they are. I need to check their channels. Sorry. Having a moment, trying to rein it in. I told you. Queen Bitch is here and just wanting to come out.
Off the tube is not dying. What the heck?
Yeah, that's a take, but
okay.
It's not the right one.
So I played that video for the hubby just because he's so tangentially, like, not even, like, a part of any of this. And I kind of wish I would have recorded his reaction for my video. Like, I kind of, like, his reaction was like, I'm not even a part of it. Wait, what? He just went off. It was great. I had never felt more seen. I'm in a very happy relationship, and I can at least say that. But he had feels. It was funny. Pizzas are in the oven. Ooh. Oh, that's my kind of a pizza. Alfredo sauce, spinach.
But look at the last comment. It's so sad.
On Tuscan.
What's Tuscan style?
Fine.
Then
It's fine. It's fine. Let's see. Let's pull up a picture because if I get taken down for this, because I'm just curious what my limits are. What can I do? No, seriously, YouTube. I want to know what am I allowed to do? Tell me. So, bloop.
I'm so sorry the pizzas didn't come out as well as you had imagined. That's sad.
Bloop. Tuscan style.
Ooh. Yummy.
Ooh, and a recipe. And no, is that a recipe? That is a recipe. Ooh, that looks good. I
Are
don't
you
know.
going to be saving an image?
Maybe I'm in a Pepper's place tonight. Maybe we need all the peppers.
I've never dipped a chicken nugget in honey, and that's what I'm doing right now.
Oh, then you've missed out on life. But I'm one of those sad people that would put honey on just about anything. I've got
I
a problem.
want chicken nuggets.
I can't wait for my boyfriend to come home so we can have we're having shrimp for dinner, and hopefully we're having the jam and Jamaican shrimp that I love so much.
It's a Friday night, so we're probably having chicken nuggets unless I don't know, something amazing. But yeah, he likes the chicken nuggies, and I can't say no to those. I mean, he really has the full Puss in Boots eyes. Like, can we do chicken nuggets tonight? Like, fine, it's fine. Let's do that. Chocobo noises? I want a chocobo. Where do I get a chocobo? Does somebody have a peacock? I do not have a peacock. Unless you count that app on my phone, but on my TV, but I do not. My grandfather did. It was fun. It tried to kill me once. He got really, really mad. We didn't know that it laid an egg because the neighbor had yeah.
Oh.
We didn't know that it was defending his territory. And it got very aggressive. And but I'm okay. It was fine. I still love peacocks though. Like the one thing that should have traumatized me from my youth, giant freaking bird, like I'm gonna eat you now. I'm fine. Pigs, on the other hand, they gotta go. Art reader is such an addiction. It is. I always feel guilty when I'm not on the pro plan over there, just because I'm like, you're the best video game ever. You're just character creation and nothing else. Like this is the game I have asked for forever. Just a character creator, just an infinite character creator. All of the characters. Like honestly, Steam doesn't need my money. You need my money because I enjoy making these so much more than half the Steam games I buy. Doing a quick pass with the highlighters into book 2. Woohoo! I know I'm missing stuff, but I'll go back. And I will just bear in mind, the more you learn about the craft, the more stuff that you'll find in your previous stuff. Don't get in an infinite loop. There's a reason why we say art escapes. It escapes. At some point, you just have to be like, be free, my child, and just push it out the door, because editing is an infinite loop that does not want to let you out of it. It's one of them episodes of Doctor Who where like, why am I doing this all over again?
So I feel like if we were to bring one of the people who we considered like masters of like painting or something, if we had a way to bring them forward in time, they'd be like, no, why is this on display? It's not finished.
Right?
It's not perfect.
Yes, I was watching something earlier, and the person just like freaked out and was like, "I don't understand. I'm just so glad that Van Gogh didn't have a Twitter account or a stream. How would he have ever got anything done?" I was like, honestly, same mental illness that he has now, except for televised. So I'm pretty sure I've watched some very Van Gogh-like streamers. It scares me sometimes. Okay, Spence, I have to ask the question. Are you being fancy and working on a cookbook, or are you actually working on a kitchen grimoire? Because if so, share. Like, honey, may have gotten back into the craft lately, maybe really enjoying it, and really curious what kind of kitchen-y witchy things you may be doing. I've seen your breads. I need to know the kitchen-y witchy things that you are doing, even if they're just a recipe book. Love the idea of a kitchen grimoire, right? Edwardian vampires, let's go! Right? Like, I am so like, because the idea was basically like them sitting with the brandy glasses being all proper and stuff until they're not. At the fire. As you
And
do.
that Van Gogh was murdered. Because yes, I am into that idea as well.
I would not be surprised. Like, honestly, like, he had a reputation for not paying his bills and for being very brusque with people. And
Like the idea that it was the two kids and that's why he didn't tell who did it.
that would, you could have I got cottagecore witches. Yes. See, if I had my way, like, my entire life would be very Edwardian in like I know Victorian stuff's like all the rage, but like I need an ascot. I'm just saying, I need the full ascot, like layers, all the layers. Like I really, I have a
feels so
problem.
weird. I'm not wearing a tank top under my t-shirt. So I wear a tank top every day. Because I'm like, bra, tank top, then shirts. So like when I say I'm wearing like 2 or 3 layers, I'm probably meaning like 4 or 5. Because I don't ever count the tank top. I count it as my underwear. So when I'm not wearing it, I feel like...
Because that's right. I can't sing. You come after me, want to sing. I was about to sing a song by Tom Petty, who, by the way, would not have cared because he let people literally plagiarize him and just went, hey, good on him. Like, anyway, sorry. We're better. We're better now. But yes, I kind of think somebody should do a steampunk werewolf because I would totally be down for that. And can we make cottagecore like a literary genre? If that is a literary genre, please send me books to read.
What exactly is a cottagecore? I need this like properly explained to me in some way, shape, or form.
Soft colors.
I highly recommend you just load up TikTok and just search cottagecore and just enjoy. It's from my experience, or watch. Who was it that did
because
the
homemade bread?
If I hear cottagecore, I'm like, so like a soft little cottage in the woods, but also maybe a witch.
Yes. Lots of like soft muted colors, lots of flowers, dried herbs. Like it's people living their best cottage life. And
all right, I could get behind this.
I am so here for it.
So it's
your name.
It's Cassandra's Future. There we go.
Kind of, yeah.
So in the vein of vampires and werewolves stories, we also have a battle squatch that we got to write eventually.
Oh yeah, battle squatch.
Yeah.
I told the hubby about battle squatch and he lost it. And he told me that if I'm going to write this, I have to send a letter to Bobo Fay and ask if I can include him as a character in the story. And I'm just like, okay, fine. I'll just write a letter to Bobo. That's fine. That's a thing that I can do. Yes. Worst thing that happens is I either get no response or a no. And then I can be like, I got a no from Bobo Fay. And be very, very excited about it because I have a problem.
Oh, so off topic. Did I mention that my YouTube app now has the shorts button and I can watch shorts on the YouTube app?
Yeah, I noticed mine had that too.
Yeah, I do. Oh, by the way, I did also, when I was up moving around, check my phone. It's charging.
Yay.
But it's still not in here, so I can't check to see if I have. I reached because it should be right here. And it's like, speaking of not wearing a tank top and feeling like you don't have clothes on, I feel so naked. My phone is not within hand's reach of me because I didn't feel like relocating the charger.
Where's the shorts button?
It's on the bottom of. Let me open it up.
Yeah, so you open up your YouTube app, and then on the bottom where there's the home button, next to it should be the shorts, then a plus, then subscriptions, then library.
No,
Yeah,
mine
they're
says
ro-
explore still.
Am I?
Yeah, they're
Oh,
rolling it out.
Oh, it's not. It's not.
I
Gonna
see
do
us.
it. Yay!
Now, YouTube, if you give me a copyright strike because my own video, my own stream was included in my own stream while we were streaming, we are going to have words.
No, mine still says explore.
Oh, interesting. So maybe it's only select. Maybe it's only people in the U.S.
Or they may be testing it, or they may be rolling it out, because I always seem to be the last person that gets a feature that's being rolled out. Like, I was so jealous on Instagram when everybody was putting music in their stories, and I couldn't. And then I could, and then all I did was put ghost songs to pictures, because I have a problem. I meant to read this one. So they just baked so quickly they got very browned.
Oh man.
See, I get into fights with people. I don't think pizza should taste burnt. I have some friends that think that pizza should taste burnt. No. Toasted. I'm okay with toasted if it gets that slight toasty flavor, but no, it should not taste burnt.
No.
That should not.
Okay, I want it cooked enough. Like I want it like maybe a slight. If it's a thin crust, maybe yes, I do want a little crunch to it. But that's just because it's like cooked.
Yeah.
I can understand that.
And it should have like a goldenish color to it.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And I should be able to go like this, and my pizza not go plump
Yeah.
entirely. It can sag, but it can't go plump. I've had pizzas do that a lot.
Yeah. No. Pizza should have structure to it. No matter
Like
what the crust type.
with a fork.
Pizza that has to be eaten with a fork, unless it's Chicago deep dish pizza, is a failure, because that has to be eaten with a fork because there's just too much. Like they put like spaghetti on their pizza, man. No, I'm not kidding. Look up Chicago deep dish and look up Pittsburgh deep dish pizza.
I've
Like,
seen. It's
they
horrifying.
literally like it's pizza but with like a full spaghetti on top. Amongst other things. There are other things too. But like, yeah, that's a thing that exists. It's a thing that actually exists. And you have to eat it with a fork because there's just so much there. Like, they're like cakes of Italian food. Like a layered cake of Italian food that's not a lasagna. They're special. Yeah. Deadlines are a good thing. I really want to set a deadline for this project, but they still won't tell me when it launches. In a couple months. Ooh, let me check my email while I'm talking about this and see if I've gotten a new one that says in a couple months, because I'll be ever so happy. No, I have not gotten a new couple months email yet, but soon, because I just put, oh, wait. You have a new Kindle Vella episode on the way. Congratulations. We'll be launching in a couple months. I was like, wait, I just submitted a bunch of episodes. Maybe I've gotten a different date at the bottom. No, a couple months. You know how it is. Perpetually a couple months away. I will. We talked about that one, right? He's assembling a binder. Oh, that's so cool. Super secret art project.
I want to know what this super secret art project is.
I've seen your art, Spence. It is so good. I am so curious. Woo! Very excited. Vast countrysides, thatched roofs, picnics with wicker baskets, growing thyme in the garden. Yes, cottagecore is the Rowan Ellis. That's the name I was trying to remember. Rowan Ellis did a wonderful video. I think it's simply called Cottagecore Lesbians, because it's really a thing. It's really a thing. It's a whole it's a whole subgenre. It's amazing. It's wonderful. I highly recommend this video, because that was the first time I heard the words, and then I searched it and I was like, where have you been all my life? Cottagecore is my ideal aesthetic, but not my ideal color scheme. That's why I like Goblin Core, because Goblin Core is basically cottagecore for goths. So it's like more fall colors and darker colors and much more shinies, lots more shinies, like a lot more shinies because goblins gotta have your shiny. I love how the world now has genres of subgenres of things that nobody even thought of before. My favorite thing. Yeah. Yes, it is. It's so thick, so thick. It's the only pizza that I'm not offended if I have to eat it with a fork. Because there's one that has basically this like chili mac thing on the inside with so much cheese. It's like, imagine making a chili and it having, okay, so you take a chili that falls in love with a really good mac and cheese, and then they decide to get in a polyamorous relationship with a pizza, and somehow all three produce a baby that is a happy bouncing baby pizza pie of
Making me hungry.
chili cheese macaroni.
And I have an hour till dinner.
They're demonic. I'm sure that they're straight up poison, but they're so good. They're so
Sounds
good.
delicious.
I also temporarily forgot the fact that your oven gets. Yeah. A phrase that stirs rage in my soul. A simpler time. He white, cisgendered, straight, and didn't mind oppressing women and everyone else. But still, a simpler time. Oh, and we're wealthy, so that you could actually do the oppressing and not be one of the oppressed poor. Gosh, Corn has my ads. Yes, that video was my life. Like I saw that, and I went on a journey. I went on a journey through Tumblr, through TikTok, through like I just went on things and randomly searched cottagecore to see what came up, and yes, all of this. I live in black and all the primary colors. Look up Goblin Core, sweetie. I think it's your thing. I had been accused of this many times by others that I was a secret Goblin Core person, and I was like, I don't know what this is. I can't answer you. And then videos were sent to me, and I went, fine. Yes. All the shinies, like, yes, I can reach over and pull up a shiny rock because I just have shiny rocks in arm's length at all times because I'm that person. Yes. Yeah. Okay, fine. Yeah. The call out is true. I cannot be mad at it. Alrighty. Well, let's make them happy again. I'm sticking with Team Purple because if they did it once, they can do it again.
Great.
Alrighty. We're going to get started on this sprint. Make sure that you have something to hydrate with. Make sure you're saving your work. We have been doing this for how long now?
3.5
hours. If you have not gotten up and moved around and have been with us the whole time, I feel so obligated to say, at least do a dance in your chair. If not, get up and move around.
Get some water. Looking at a screen for that long will dehydrate your eyes.
Make sure that
And you.
Make sure you're checking your posture. All those good things. We are going to get started on the sprint in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go.
It's the pink one.
Yay!
Darn it! I went for that last time.
Okay, Kat has run off for a little bit. May return later. So that is that. I got my
Jules!
light on. I finished River.
Ooh.
Nice.
I'm very happy. I'm happy with how he turned out. I had finished River. It took the whole rest of that thing, and I started playing around with one of the other characters because I'm not 100% happy, but I should be editing. But see, I have an excuse because I'm putting together the story Bible, and it's got a place there to insert the picture of the characters, and that's a legitimate excuse to me. So, hello and welcome back.
And Jules won.
Jules won. Yay. Oh my goodness. Let's see. How did everybody do on that one?
I was struggling, but I got to a point where I'm just like, I've done enough work on this today. I can actually stop and take a break if I want. I'm not like, working on something on my to-do list because I finished my to-do list. So this is just extra. So I can take a break. I can do that. It's amazing.
Yeah, I made the mistake of not giving myself a to-do list today. So I can't just be like, oh, I did the things I was going to do. Because when I got up and noticed, oh, the podcast didn't post. Why? And then the tech thing's like, I skipped that whole, here's what I'm going to do by the time I consider myself done for the day. Yeah, no. Forgot to do that. And I have Discord open. Can you tell?
Me too.
All three of us.
What did you do, Laura?
Not much. I scrolled through my micro horror fiction document, found all the ones on my little title prompts that I hadn't written to yet, and cut them all and pasted them at the end of the document so I don't have to keep finding them all over again. But yeah.
I feel like this is why I like Scrivener. You just move the ones that you finished up because I like working on sheets in Scrivener a lot. It's
The spell check isn't good enough for me on Scrivener.
Their spell check is weird. Like, there are some words that it's like, this is spelled wrong. I'm like, no, it's not.
It just uses the Mac dictionary for me.
Mine's Windows.
Yeah.
Mm.
I realized this when I started talking. I was like, oh wait, Windows.
Yeah.
World. Though I do need to play with Scalpel some because I'm checking out a new book, a craft book that I have not read before. That where are you? What are you called again? It's The Plot Whisperer. It's one of the books that is mentioned in The Anatomy of Prose.
Oh.
And I had not heard of it and checked it out. And if I remember correctly, it's on Kindle Unlimited.
Nice.
This is actually one of the reasons I've been looking at a lot of Kindle Unlimited books lately is I've been looking through books that I liked and then seeing what books they cited in their books. And, oh, that's on Unlimited. Let me check that one out. Been going through a lot of craft books lately. I don't know. I'm really early on in it, so I can't really make a statement about it. But one of the things that it and the strategic series author book talk about a lot is visualizing your story So I think what might actually help me the most for this book is to just open up Scapple and just play with the timey-wiminess of it, because it's a mind map software, so I can move things all around and I don't have to stick to rigid lines and orders, and I can just assign colors and have them weave in and out as my heart requires. So I think I'm probably going to have to do that. Good night. Have the fun. May the giant ants all be destroyed by the pizza demon and the mister. Because I've been fighting a war with the ants all my life, and I am losing.
This is the joy of living in a high-rise. No ants.
When we lived in Oakland, our freezer made a sound that attracted every ant in like the entire city. And so all we had was frozen ants. Like, we didn't use our freezer on the refrigerator at all, because it would just fill with frozen ants. Ew. And pro tip, frozen ants aren't dead. Ooh. So they will thaw out and then go about their business, namely going back into the freezer, because I don't know what sound this freezer made that attracted all the ants. So we would have to get a bucket of soapy water and clean the ants into the soapy water and get rid of them, because it just wanted to be ever filled with ants. And we moved here, and they're trying that in the kitchen. We need to caulk something under the sink. A new ant invasion has begun.
I went on vacation and I had a CD player that a whole nest of ants took over. And I was in my bedroom and it was so gross. There were ants everywhere. It was a nightmare. And the poor CD player was not recoverable. Oh, so I was without music for quite a while.
I don't have enough snaps for that. To mama. Like, vacuumed and did dishes. Like, that is so productive. That's just...
Want to come help me with my dishes?
Right. I do like that I can use the built-in text-to-speech in Scrivener finally. That's awesome. And that was a good addition. Yeah, I really, really enjoy that. The only thing that I have against it is, I don't know how it is on the Windows side, but on the Mac side, it won't use the voice that I set the computer to, because I don't use the default voice for reading stuff, and there's no setting to change it. It uses Samantha. It's stuck on Samantha. I've changed, like, nothing else on my computer uses that voice except for Scrivener. So I just set a quick key to, like, no, read it with the other voice, because I like, I think it's is it David? I can't remember who I ended up using. It's one of the other newer voices, but the way that they programmed him, because he's one of the machine learning voices, and he gets really confused at misspellings. And I like that, because it makes them stand out, because it reads very, very naturally until there's misspelling or a weird grammatical quirk. And then the robot can't figure out how to parse the sentence, and he starts talking all robotic. And it's like, oh, wait, stop. Okay, let me reread the section. Really makes it stand out, because they trained it with very well edited text, which I am appreciative for. And so when it goes off script and it's like, wait, can't parse. Yeah. Like, I'm pretty sure I actually heard it make that sound once, because it was not a
groan of dismay.
Yeah, it was not a pretty sentence, and I'm pretty sure I just heard it go, and then start reading. But then again, the hubby did get Siri to cuss at him once. So, which is technically a thing we're told doesn't happen, but we were on a road trip. He kept trying to figure out where he wanted to go for gas, and she kept telling him where to turn. And I swear she just went, "Oh, F you then," and stopped giving instructions. And we both just kind of looked at each other for a minute, like, did did the robot just? Okay. And the funny thing is, ever since then, Siri ignores him. Like, we live in the house that Mac built. She will not do anything. Like, she will not respond to his voice at all now. Like, I don't know what he did to, like, we joke about maybe the robots are sentient. I have a theory that Siri might be and has put the hubby on the naughty list. She just will not recognize his voice at all now. At all. And it's kind of funny. Fine chalk dust actually works to repel ants. Yes, it does. So does borax if you put it somewhere where your pets can't get into it. And that's really good because they'll take it back to the nest and it will get rid of it because it's poisonous to them. So we put that out. But I'm more interested in letting them into the house right now because I'm trying to figure out where they're coming in at so we can seal it.
Yeah.
Because I don't want tarantulas in my house.
Ooh, yeah.
So I need to know where the bugs are getting.
Yeah.
Not to mention we live in a place with brown recluses and black widows and all them too. So
Keep the buggies out.
spiders just die. I'm just saying, like, I don't give them the benefit of the doubt. If they're in the house, you broke the treaty. Like, a very simple treaty. You stay outside. I leave you alone. Even that evil garden spider that continues to build its web right in front of our big bay window in the living room. You're close to violating the treaty, bug. But you're outside, so we leave you alone. But dang it, you're not coming in. Just had to say that I love that I still read to my kid at bedtime. Aww. I have to say, one of Brian's favorite things to do is he reads the Nightmare Before Christmas. Not the Nightmare. The Night Before Christmas. You can see we watch The Nightmare Before Christmas, and then he reads The Night Before Christmas every year, and it's like he gets. We need children. I'm just saying, we need children. He's got a lot of daddy in him, and he needs a kid. It needs a target. It needs somewhere to go. He's got a lot of dad. I've got a lot of mom. We'd be good parents. Stay. Let us adopt.
Yeah.
I can change the voice on the Windows version. Hey, you've got one better than the Mac version. We found the feature, everyone. The one feature. The one feature that Windows has up on Mac. Yeah. Because I went into the support forums and it's just not there. You're going to have to find that in Scrivener. It should, at least, I know on the Mac version, it just appeared one day as a microphone up in the bar at the top with all the buttons and stuff that you can hit. And when you hit it, it just starts reading from where your cursor is down. And it's very handy.
That's what Word does.
I highly recommend having robots read your text. They get confused, and it's very helpful. Cinnamon also works against ants. Ooh, and it would smell good. I used that just for. That's a really that. Like I'm supporting up demons. Well, do we have proof that ants aren't demons? I mean, really? Do we? Because. Anyway, I have been trying to call my workday at around 8:00, but I kind of want to do a little bit more on this chapter. So, unless y'all have somewhere you'd like to be, because I know that the Worldwide Readathon's going on and everything, and people also have lives. I'm a workaholic. Not everybody's
Lives? What are those?
Oh.
I did laundry today.
So did I.
So I'm thinking of.
I was running out of clothes. Almost didn't have clothes to wear for today.
Oh no.
So I'm thinking of doing at least one more sprint, and then we will figure out from there. Because I figure after that sprint, the hubby will be home, and chaos shall ensue. Because it's Friday night, and He'll probably try to bring home another bucket of chicken. Oh Lord, on my phone, I can't see the text when he asks. He'll probably come home with a bucket of chicken. I need to go get my phone. Yes, they are. They really, really are. As somebody who got bit, yeah. And I wish I could say it was just the once, but we have a lot of really aggressive biting wolf spiders around here.
Ooh.
So yeah, spider bites are not your friend. I don't like them. I don't like them. I really don't like that brown recluse that tried to take my leg when I was a kid.
No thanks.
Not nice. Don't do that. Maybe leave my leg on my body, please.
Small favors.
Small favors. It's just the little things. Like I'm not asking for a lot. So anyway, I was thinking we could do at least one more sprint. So because
Orange at the bottom.
so the real reason this needs to be a sprint, and I can't just call this the stream now, is the dog has learned the signs that I'm no longer streaming, and she understands that that's time to go to the other room, and will become very insistent as soon as I stop. So this is kind of for her as much as it is for me, because I don't need her being all Mad Hatter. Let's change places. Alrighty. I'm going to stick with Team Purple. Alrighty, y'all. Make sure that you're saving your work. Make sure that you're doing your posture checks. If you have not gotten up and moved around, girl, what is wrong? Make sure you're backing yourself up. Maybe send it to a friend. Or if you just need to daydream like I did, staring into River's soon-to-be augmented eyes, do whatever you need to do to get through this. We're going to get started in a 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Sprint. It looks like they're all making a tight line coming up to the final stretch of this final sprint. But yes, the pink one, not
The
orange.
one.
Pink one.
I win!
The pink one won.
Yay!
If you hear animal noises, that's probably the hubby. He and the dog are playing. Some of them are the dog, but
They're mostly mine.
they're mostly yours. Someone is very happy that someone is home. And
Aw.
there's all the playing in the world. She was so upset because she heard the car door and she ran over to the door he usually comes in at and she sat there ready, just waiting and waiting. And he came in through the other door and she ran over to me like, that's a betrayer, and like started scratching at me and running over to the other door. Like, you have to let me out of here. You have to let me out. He cheated. He's in there. Just running back and forth. And yeah.
Aw.
Someone is very excited. Her favorite person is home. And I'm not emotionally distraught that I'm not that person, but it's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
So is your phone chargeable?
It does look like it is charged. I am going to be really interested to see if it works.
Yeah, I don't think so. Oh gosh.
That's the secondary question, because when I got it to turn on earlier, all kinds of madness was happening. Like it wouldn't let me use the Wi-Fi or the cell towers or the Bluetooth.
That's great.
You know, so it was like a nice sheet of glass with apps in it that need to access the internet. So hopefully it's better. It hopefully I'm not happy. Hopefully the technology will start behaving. I lied. I was going to go work on the book, and then I was like, you know, I really like this new picture of River. I should do a better picture of Gray. And so I played around with Gray some, and I feel like he looks like a blonde farm boy, which is what the character is. he looks more farm boy to me now, and I'm much happier with it. I like the more pronounced jaw. I feel that I could see him as a farmhand. He's not really a farmhand. That's not really what he does. He basically helps take care of the magical critters. He's basically the setting's Hagrid, except for he's one of the way too many love interests for the main character. That is also a love interest. It's going to end up being a polyamory series. Just deal with it now. Everybody loves everybody, and I don't know if I can force them to pick. I don't think even the power of plot is going to stop this love pentagram from coming into being. It's just gonna happen. But I'm much happier with him. He looked the previous picture that I did, and this is my biggest complaint about a lot of the pictures made in Art Breeder, looked like somebody who would have been cast in the CW version of the show.
Mm.
He looked like he belonged on Riverdale. You know, like just a little too like out of the plastic. Like we need another stock human. This one's purty, you know, like and I like this one better. This one works more for me. How did the rest of y'all do?
Well, I was on Twitter, and Grayson retweeted some like excellent hippo content. I have to read this to you. In 2005, a South African man, Marius Els, adopted a baby hippo after rescuing it from a river. 6 years later, after years of bonding between the two, the hippo dragged him into that same river and ate him. I was delighted with that. That is the hippo content I'm here for.
Did you see the video of the girl who fought the bear to save her mom's dogs?
No, but I did see the video of the woman who just pushed over a bear that was going after her dogs.
Yeah, I think we're talking about the same one.
Oh, she just like pushed him over the
she
fence.
pushed it over the wall. Just like just like, oh my you are my hero. You are my hero. Like, I love my dogs, but bear.
Yeah.
Like, bear. I'm not afraid of much in this world, but bears and wolves and giant things that could eat me, yeah, kind of on my like. I think I'm
Moves.
fully justified being afraid of these things, Liz. I don't have to tap down my anxiety. If you don't think I should have it, you have the problem. Which, by the way, is a good list to have if you have a lot of anxiety disorders, because there are some things that you should just be legitimately afraid of. Bears. And if you live around here, wild boar. You should just be afraid of the wild boar. Don't try to think they're cute. They will come for you. Just
If you ever come to this side of the United States, stay away from the javelina. They look like cute little pigs. They are not cute little pigs. They will gut you.
Very nice.
No joke.
I still want a llama though. I want a guard llama. I want a llama. I want an alpaca, and I want a bunch of goats. The llama will protect the alpaca. The alpaca will protect the goats, and they will be safe. No, I don't have enough land or or the ability to make a big enough fence to keep the goats from getting away. Goats can jump, climb, do magic. I'm pretty sure they can apparate. I have no proof of this, but goats can get out of anything.
But can they take you along with side apparition?
In my experience so far, no, but it's been a while since my grandfather was alive and I got to play with his goats. Hi. Though we may not have been good enough friends for them to offer. Which is fair, because you think I'm hyper now? I was a demon child. Like, you look at the 44-year-old me is this hyper, okay? Imagine 5-year-old me with sugar.
And better knees.
And much better knees. I was a demon child, and I deserve all of the bad reputation I got for that. So how did y'all do? You were a demon. Wait, I'm sorry. No, I'm not going to put up with your innocence. I even cut off Laura, and you know how I feel about Laura. No, those lies are not going to be spoken in my presence. I've heard stories. Remember when you dyed your brother blue?
Yep. He had it coming.
Are his pants on fire from lying?
They should be. I'm a little bit worried about the Chase and the dog, because it's just whoosh. Anyway, sorry. Could not let that lie stand in my presence. No. Sorry. What were you saying, Laura?
Let's catching up on the Worldwide Readathon. Right now, Chandra and Haley are on a sprint stream.
Oh, fun.
So, yeah.
Whose channel is that on?
It is on Heather Salter Purvis Author. She's 88 subscribers.
You know what? Let's just look for the playlist.
I'll put the playlist in the private chat.
Thank you. If you want to brag about your battle bridge and your weird tree fort in the mud pit, you can brag. I am not bragging on your behalf. Your mother will have my skin. Yes, and the tree fort had zip lines. Yes,
Definitely not regulation.
that were not regulation safe. All right, so there's the link to the Worldwide Readathon playlist for anybody who wants to go off and have further adventures of the wordy type. I don't know what I'm doing this weekend, because with everything going on from Jace, I have not heard back if he's even doing his sprints. He was already kind of on the fence with the Worldwide Readathon thing happening, so I don't know. But keep an eye on Jace's channel. Maybe there tomorrow. I don't know.
I'll be at the one on midnight, so in 2 hours and 15 minutes with Grape.
I'll be on the one with Glory, but I don't remember what time it is. I'm going to have to check before tomorrow gets
The
here.
chat stream?
Yeah.
3 p.m. tomorrow Eastern. I'm at
3
it
p.m.
too.
tomorrow Eastern. Yay!
I was instructed not to ask people to join any of their sprints, so I will not be taking part.
What the heck?
I was told those was the rules. They assigned out who was doing what, and not to ask people to be on their streams. So this is what I did.
There were some that were closed, that were by invitation only this time. I don't know.
This is what I was told, and I followed instructions because I make enough drama of my own. I do not need to add. I do not need to add. Just okay. That's instructions. I'm fine with it. Alrighty, y'all. Have the fun. If you haven't followed my Twitch channel, the link is down in the description box below, or at least it should be. If not, I'm CE Dorset over on Twitch. I am hoping to do some kind of a something tomorrow. I may move my mic and stuff and play games on the other computer. I don't know. Let's see. Because I had planned to do that, and then my mouse didn't work. So I know. Anyhow, yeah, the mouse will be arriving in town tomorrow, but not here tomorrow. So I will not have it by tomorrow night. So, so I don't know. I may or may not do something on Twitch. Once I have the mouse and figure out how that's going to work, I will have a firm schedule that will be set on there for Twitch only streams. It will probably be a lot more chatty and only doing the productivity like I've been doing on Wednesdays and Fridays. Because if you haven't noticed, I like to do this. I really like to do this. So
it's my favorite part.
Expect a lot more of this. If nothing else, there may just be a Chats with Charlie stream tomorrow night, because who knows when he's going to get home. And especially if Jace doesn't stream, I might just turn Twitch on and be like, hey, y'all, what you doing? Just to entertain myself. Oh, that's scary.
That's normal.
Okay.
No,
I get a little nervous. You're like, even I don't know when I'm going to be home tomorrow. I'm like, oh, that's okay. So like 2 a.m. then. Got it. Alrighty. Does anybody
stream?
Does anybody have anything that they want to say before we go?
Yes, I have a video, a AuthorTube chronic illness and disability tag. It's a lot of fun. You should check it out. And if you have a chronic illness or disability, you should do the tag. And then let me know so I can add it to the playlist that I've created. That's very lonely right now because it needs more videos.
I am planning on doing one. It will probably come out next week, maybe on a Thursday. I don't know. I made a promise to do the next LGBT writing video, so that will probably be Tuesdays. But I'm definitely going to fit it in because I have feelings. I definitely couldn't do it because, sorry, I had somebody very lovingly and kindly today tell me that depression doesn't exist. And,
Did you know it can be cured with shoes from Goop?
Yeah, apparently.
So it has to be real.
It's all my fault for just embracing my sadness and not just listening to happy music.
To be glad it wasn't me. I would just asked him what your personality told me.
So I have feels. Definitely going to be doing this.
Nice.
All right. Laura, I'm sure you have 1,005 stories about to come out.
The Mutation Anthology should be out this month, I think.
Awesome.
And then next month will be Twisted Pulp I will be in. So, keep an eye out.
So cool. Alrighty, and don't forget about the Pride and Prejudice anthology that apparently is going to have Edwardian vampires, cottagecore witches, and we're looking for somebody to do steampunk werewolves apparently, because I'm totally here for this. So if that's a thing that you want to add, I think it's going to be magic, and I can't wait to see all the stories. I've gotten a glimpse at a few, and that's awesome.
I've wait to see your video, Heather.
I've gotten a glimpse of a few of them. They're amazing. Megan and Laura's channel should be linked down in the doobly-doo down below. And if not, I am a terrible, terrible person, and cut and paste has failed me because I made sure I had a document with everybody's links on it. Dang it. Alrighty. If not, they're definitely linked from my channel because I figured out how to do that. And now they're like people linked there because yay, I do YouTube good. And on that note, remember that we live in a nightmare hellscape. This is not going to get better if we don't actively do things to stop Asian hate, to remind the idiots who don't believe that Black Lives Matter, that Black Lives Matter, that Black trans lives matter, and the trans identities are magic. And until next time, may you have the courage to write your dreams into reality, and don't forget to have the fun. Bye.